benefits. This is the basis of inclusive education.
I support inclusive education.
I support inclusive education.
I support inclusive education. We support inclusive education.
I support inclusive education.
Hello, future. I'm calling you the future, and know your future and move on.
check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Hello, check. Check, 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 check. Check, hello, check, check. Check.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and very warm welcome to one and all present here. I'm Aaron Samuel Matthew,
I'm Liju Daniel Raj.
and we will be the hosts for the day. Before we commence the ceremony, I would like to seek your cooperation. I request everyone to switch off your phone or turn it into silent mode to avoid any disturbance during the program.
May I request everyone to rise for the college anthem.
Lord our God, you are a refuge. You have blessed us with KCC. We shall ever sing for joy as proud students of KCC. Brilliant white clouds we are perched above on Paradise Hill, splendid KCC. Born to be a class above, to enrich and edify us. Born to lead, we are born to lead, yes. Born to lead, we are born to lead. Faith, wisdom and knowledge in KCC. East, west, south or north we be. KCC binds us one family. Never to be served, but ever to serve. Brilliant white clouds we are perched above on Paradise Hill, splendid KCC. Born to be a class above, to enrich and edify us. Born to lead, we are born to lead, yes. Born to lead, we are born to lead. Rejoice, rejoice, we are born to lead.
Thank you. Before we begin this auspicious ceremony, we would like to start this program with a word of prayer. The opening prayer will be followed by a special song by our choir team. Now, I request our chaplain for the opening prayer.
A very good morning to all. Shall we all close our eyes for the word of prayer? Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this wonderful, blessed day that you have granted us, Lord. Lord, we thank you for this wonderful international conference that you have prepared for us, Lord. Father, we pray that this session be a meaningful session where students and faculties, Lord, that we will get inspiration through the keynote speaker, Lord, that every word and everything, Lord, shall bless us in this morning, Lord. Lord, let new entrepreneurs shall arise from this place, Lord, and let your name be glorified. In Jesus' mighty name I pray. Amen.
In moments like this, I sing out a song. I sing out a love song to Jesus. In moments like this, I lift up my hands. I lift up my hands to the Lord, singing, I love you, Lord. Singing, I love you, Lord. Singing, I love you, Lord, I love you. Singing moments like this, I sing out a song. I sing It's my great honor and pleasure to invite you all to the international conference titled as Creative Opportunities for Aspiring Entrepreneurs. On behalf of the Department of Business Administration, Commerce and Foreign Trade, the Department of Computer Science and Information Technology, and the Department of Hotel Management and Catering Science of Kodaikanal Christian College, the international conference aims to help us use our creative thinking to start new startups and become an entrepreneur. I hope this session would be a very educative as well as interactive session, and by the end of the conference, you may gain enough knowledge about the topic.
The main motive of this conference is to give more knowledge about the term entrepreneurship. To inspire every individual to think like an entrepreneur, to explore the newer avenues in the form of entrepreneurial opportunities, to create an awareness about the enterprises among the people, to provide a spark to entrepreneurs to kickstart their startups.
The international conference is a collaborative initiative by the Department of Business Administration, Commerce and Foreign Trade, the Department of Computer Science and Information Technology, and the Department of Hotel Management and Catering Science. The Department of Business Administration and Commerce and Foreign Trade are a vibrant and dynamic team in enhancing academic development. It always strives to impart values in the lives of students to transform them to a management personnel and improvise the quality of the education. The department are very well equipped with library, reading rooms, and a computer lab. The students are guided at every step and motivated to become global businessmen.
The CS and IT department has established in the foreseeing ability of different technological development in the fast-growing techie world. The courses were also designed into envision imparting high eminence skills in software development to excel in the industry. The students are given individual mini projects to enhance their acquired knowledge with reference to their specializations, such as networking and securities.
Hotel Management and Catering Science Department was established in 1994, which plays a remarkable role among the other courses. The department will always have a greater affinity towards socializing and understanding the needs of the guest. It is an outstanding treat for enhancing hospitable culture throughout the campus. The department itself set a frame of reference for the level of attitude. The Hotel Management Department students will have superior skill sets relevant of the hospitable industry.
As we know, the world is growing in a fast pace. The rate of population is increasing, but very small number of jobs available. This is a time when the young generation put their creative thinking to bring up new ideas and innovation that change the world. This conference would help us to educate ourselves as well as give us more deep insight about the term entrepreneur and how we can use our creative thinking to bring new ideas and innovation to start a startup.
Now, I would like to call Dr. Sam Abraham, PhD, Chairman and Principal of Kodaikanal Christian College, to introduce the keynote speaker of the day.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I was wondering if the MC is already finishing the speech. You want to give him a hand, please, for the MC? It is such a joy to welcome one and all here, and it is my privilege to especially welcome the keynote speaker. I will come in detail about what she is and who she is. You need to know. And especially with women rule the world, I think now. Look at the audience, it's full of girls and a few boys also are there. So it is an honor to have you all at Kodaikanal Christian College for this international conference, creative opportunities for aspiring entrepreneurs. It's a very lively topic that we need to all put in our minds, that we, the seniors, we, the teachers, we, the professors, we, the ones who are passing ahead of you, are looking forward for those thoughts from you, for those ideas from you. It is with that heart I want to invite our keynote speaker, Madam Uma Sudhindra, Dr. Joseph Devidasan, our former Vice Principal and Academic Advisor, Vice Principal Dr. Vijay Raghunathan, Associate Provost Dr. A.B. Thomas, Associate Dean Professor Pinky Janathanam, Convener Dr. John Jacob, members of the faculty from KCC, various other colleges. We treat you all the same. Vivekananda College of Arts and Science and Mother Teresa University, students and faculty members, Richard Marlin, non-teaching faculties, and my beloved students of KCC and the rest of the student body today. We get sparked, we get inspired when we see the young faces. It is the privilege of mine to welcome, today is going to be a breakthrough with this conference, emerging entrepreneurial thoughts in each one of you seated here. We are very fortunate to have this physical and online streaming. By the way, I welcome all those who are online also. Now don't go keeping your gadget on and do other things. Stay on with the conference because you are also part of this park that is going to happen today. So do not go away keeping your attendance but not listening to the seminar and the conference topics. Thanks to the pandemic, what more can happen? Pandemic has brought everything a turnaround. Today we are able to sit here and also have the physical presence as well as across the country, outside the country, people are able to. You are in a very new situation where you don't have to physically go anywhere. The geographical boundaries are broken so completely that you can sit in your home and work for any part of the world and achieve great things. I want you to start thinking differently. It's my great pleasure to introduce our eminent keynote speaker, Madam Uma Sudhindra, an experienced director with a demonstrated history of working in multiple organizations, skilled in planning and development, coaching, strategic management, entrepreneurship. More than half a dozen organizations and several individuals have been benefited from her skills and competences. It's a long thing. Please listen carefully because there will be things that you need to know. Her experience in geostrategic domain led her to contribute to the growth of a few startups and micro and small medium enterprises in the last 5 years. These companies represent secure mobile telecommunications, secure data transfer, supply chain and deep tech projects. She currently is the CEO, Strategic Initiatives. Strategic Initiatives. She's the CEO of Strategic Initiatives. Do not leave her without getting all information that you need to get for your idea. Ed for All and Education Technology company working in the government education system. She's in the board of governors of IIM Visakhapatnam, an advisor, Rashtriya Shakti University, Gujarat, and Tekenderjit University, Manipur. She's also a public speaker and a visiting faculty for many institutions, especially a collaboration with the Indian Army. As we were coming up, she was getting calls from the Army and trying to get her time. She had to put it off because you are special than them. So she's sparing her time here with us. She Army facilitating trips in Siachen Glacier, Kargil, in Ladakh, Thagla and Mana in Uttarakhand, and Walong and Kibatu in Arunachal Pradesh, which is running through her company Go Trial. Ma'am also devotes time to an armed force veterans organization in India, where she oversees 2 projects. One project focuses on creating self-help groups for women women empowerment, and in the second project, veterans adopt villages of brave hearts and help in making them model villages. Madam Uma has co-founded the NGO, I'm Every Woman, which focuses on women and child safety issues. They also work with government bodies to help spread the awareness of women and child safety. Madam Uma Sudhindra has had a decade and a half of corporate experience prior to becoming an entrepreneur with organizations like Confederation of Indian Industry, MTV, Dale Carnegie, Chrysler's HRD, and iGate before starting her professional second innings. Her expertise in formulating and implementing key talent management initiatives have helped organization to grow. A published poet and writer. Give a hand. I like that part. Ms. Uma has several articles to her credit. She has co-authored 2 books on cybersecurity, Cybersecurity Citizen 2030 Part 1 and Part 2. She's currently researching for her next book on impact of defense diplomacy and growth of India's military-industrial complex. It is very complex, ma'am. You are very complex to our understanding. Madam Uma holds a bachelor's degree in economics and political science from Ferguson College, Pune, and master's in international relations from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Hand. Give a good hand. We also have others as panel members for the day, whom I would also mention so that you will be. We haven't stopped with that alone. Keynote address will be followed by special address done by Jessica Moja, who is the CEO of a company in Tanzania. Our college takes this privilege to introduce her. She's a very successful story. She's academically sound as well as achieving great things, and we take pride in telling that she's our alumni. She was a student sitting in this hall today. Further, we are coming up with very interesting panel discussion from different sectors representing their perceptions towards business opportunities and skill sets required for the growth of being to become an entrepreneur. Mr. Axel Angeli, digital evangelist based out of Germany. Today he will be connecting from Paris, UK. Mr. Joby Joy, Managing Director at Global Diaspora Social Network, Executive Advisor in Institute of Social Responsibility and Accountability, CEO of pinkkerala.com, working for the security system, Department of the Police in Kerala. He also happens to be our alumni. He did his catering and hotel management here, but he has achieved great things. He's got offices globally, and he is shining. And he's a first-generation graduate in his family. Lieutenant Commander Mr. Dina Dayalan, retired technical advisor, Indian Navy, AVP International Private Banking, JP Morgan, Chase & Co. will also be joining us. Mr. Dennis Matthew, co-founder and CTO, Chief Technology Officer with KnowledgeCom, who has enormous knowledge in the field of technology. Hence, I encourage you all to take involvement, participation, and keen. This is a very, very important time in each one of your life. A thought, an idea is very important. All it takes is an idea. It's a thought that matters. That's what now Tesla, the boss who's become the #1 rich man in the world, never came up with money, never was given money to start anything. He only came up with an idea, that's all. He never thought he's going to become the #1 in the world in wealth-wise. But just one thought. The cars were there. Mechanics were there. He just changed some of that into his thought process and brought out electric cars in connection to saving the world, the greenery, and pure atmosphere. Now the whole world is turning towards that. Can you believe one thought in one person, the whole world is turning around? You are embedded with those kind of thoughts. I want you to take the moment. Start thinking, what is my thought? What is my idea? What I can offer? You don't have to be rich. You don't have to be old. You don't have to be experienced. You don't have to come from a caste. You don't have to come from a background. It matters when you take your thoughts. So I want you all to take this day very special in your life. Don't take it easy. It doesn't happen by watching YouTube for hours. It doesn't happen because you're playing very good on the net, on the games. It's how the thought is in you. Now, that can only happen when you start thinking. When you start preparing your mind, what is there for me? What should I be doing? Now, sitting in front of you, you may think, ladies who are here, a woman can achieve such great things in this world, in this time. There were times when women were not even acknowledged, recognized. They were not even allowed to cast their votes. But today, it's not the same. It's all about what you do. So don't get into the routine. I want to do a degree. I want to find a job. I want to get married. I want to have babies. I want them to be educated. Don't get into that thought process. There is something special in you. I want you to go through these words which are there. Be transformed. Pursue excellence. Break your barriers. You know, you may be having barriers which you have caused yourself. You have brought it to yourself. You are on purpose. People may think, I don't know what I'm here for. I don't know what I'm doing in this world. To you, I'm telling you, you have a purpose. You have a definite identity in this world. Don't go along with the common. Conform to the patterns of the world. Think for yourself. You are an achiever. You will be an entrepreneur. You will be a success. So many things are going to be coming around. If you have come with doubts, if you have come with no idea, I don't know what I'm. If you have come with blank mind, I want you to take it today that you will walk out of this hall with a search. What am I here for in this world? There is a purpose, they say. And what is that purpose that I have to achieve? Once you start thinking for yourself, that idea will come out, it will emerge out. Be transformed. The butterfly is a fantastic picture that as a larva, it has no shape, it has no beauty, it has nothing. But when it comes out to become a butterfly, each one of you have that kind of mighty strength inside of you. I want you to think, there is no gender difference now. Boy or girl doesn't make any difference. Everyone can achieve great things. To you all, I welcome once again the people on the dais and everyone for this special moment. And have a meaningful day. And I want you to come one day with great achievements and to tell, sir, it all started that day that you were here. We were here on this conference of creative ideas for entrepreneurs. Thank you. Welcome you all once again.
Now, I invite our chairman to principal of Kodaikanal Christian College to honor our chief guest with the memento. Now I would like to call our keynote speaker to give her words.
Good morning. They say gratitude brings abundance. So, I'd like to start by thanking your principal, Dr. Abraham, and all the other dignitaries on stage for having me here in this beautiful place. I really wonder how you guys sit and study in classrooms. It's a tough job, right? When you have such a beautiful environment around you, very difficult to sit and study in classrooms. So I hope that you have outdoor classes, you get to explore nature around you when you're here for 2 years, 3 years, whatever is the period of your academic discourse. So thank you once again, all of you, and a special thanks to Lena, my old friend, for having thought of me. Though she keeps telling me she hasn't forgotten me at all. Our association goes back to almost a decade now. And thank you so much, Lena, for having me here. It's a proud privilege to address the future of this country. And you are the future, okay? I'm not saying we are old. None of us are old here on the stage. We are the present. I will put it that way. And you are the future. I'm hoping that the present shapes the future. And this conference is probably a great step towards that. Okay? Your principal very wisely said that there are very few jobs that are available out there. It's important that we all start thinking like entrepreneurs and become entrepreneurs in due course of time. That's very true. There is a sense of pride and a sense of achievement when you become a job creator instead of a job seeker, okay? And that is the difference I'd like all of you to understand as you move along in your journey of becoming an entrepreneur, eventually creating more entrepreneurs like yourselves. And that's what I like to do. I like to create more entrepreneurs because I have seen what entrepreneurship can bring to you in your life. It can bring a tremendous sense of achievement for having done something good to society and country and humanity at large, depending on what cause you're working for, okay? So, I am not going to give you gyan about how to become an entrepreneur. There are enough YouTube videos that you can watch. There are enough lectures and podcasts that you can listen to, enough material out there for you to read in terms of how to become an entrepreneur. What I'm going to share with you is how to develop the mindset of an entrepreneur, okay? Because before you become one, you need to develop the mindset. If you don't have the aptitude and the thinking of becoming an entrepreneur, you won't become one. It's as simple as that. If you don't have success orientation as a mindset, you will not become successful. It's as simple as that. You can define success in any way you want. I'm not saying these are the parameters of becoming successful. For some people, earning 1 crore every year is considered success. For some other people, serving humanity is success. For some other people, teaching is success. For some other people, something else can be a yardstick to become successful, okay? So I'm not setting parameters here for becoming successful. You can define success in your own way. But it's important to have the mindset of becoming successful in whatever you decide to do. Right now, you're students, you're studying, you're working on projects. It's important for you to become successful there, okay? How to complete your project successfully, how to get good marks, how to seek placements, if that is what you're looking at, how to ideate, how to bring a platform or a foundation for your ideas to succeed. Those are the things that you will start counting as measures of becoming successful. So I am going to focus the next few minutes in terms of creating that mindset. What is it that you need to do to create that mindset for yourselves? And how do you take the next step forward? I understand during the day there are, other panelists who will be talking to you about entrepreneurship as a subject itself. What is available out there, what is not available, what skill sets, what kind of knowledge base, all of that I'm sure will get discussed during the day. But for starters, we'll talk about mindsets, okay? And I would like this to be an interactive session, so please don't be worried about me standing here for the next 1 hour and giving you a lecture. No, that's not the idea. The idea is for me to understand what's the future of this country thinking, okay? I'm also happy to see a lot of girls out here. I don't know how this magic happened, but I'm assuming the college has something to do with it. So thank you for whatever it is that you're doing. It's wonderful to see so many girls out there. Give yourselves a big hand. This is not to say that the boys are not good. Boys are extremely good, okay? So big hand for the boys also. So I'm going to start by asking all of you a question. How many of you want to start your own business? I see 2, 3 hands raised. That's it? 4, 5, okay. Now the hands are coming up. All right. What kind of businesses do you want to start? Anyone from the audience? What kind of businesses? Technology based, okay, there's one answer here, all right. Anybody else? Sorry? Dog farm. Oh, okay, all right, that's very interesting. You and I should have a conversation. I must share with you, I am co-founder of a pet resort in Bangalore, near the airport. So, yes, let's connect later on. Okay, that's an interesting business to be in. What about some of the others who raised their hands here? Cafe, okay, super. Food is always a good business to be in. What else? What else? I saw a few girls raise their hands. Sorry? Vertical farming, very nice. Okay, great. It's nice to hear all these ideas, and the first step towards working on them is to start putting those ideas on paper and to start asking a set of questions that is very, very important for you to take the next step in starting a venture, okay? Before getting there, what is the mindset you need to start developing is something that we will now talk about. So what do you think entrepreneurs are made of? What do you think should be important from an entrepreneurial mindset? Sorry? Taking risk, okay? Sorry? Creativity and innovation, yes. How would you define creativity and how would you define innovation? What's creativity? What's the difference between the two? See, I'm asking you these questions mainly to get you guys to start thinking. Unfortunately, a lot of our basic schooling education system doesn't allow us to think, right? You are expected to mug your textbook, mug up your answers, and reproduce the same thing to get good marks. Right? There are very few teachers in the education system who force you to think. And by the time you come to college, you're so stuck in that system of learning, which is called rote learning, R-O-T-E. You by heart and you reproduce on an answer sheet to get good marks. Good marks, are they important to become an entrepreneur? You say that, your parents will have a heart attack. Okay, so don't go around saying good marks are not important. Good marks are important, but they're important enough to move you to the next level in life, to the next class or to the next course that you want to study. Okay? What is important is the knowledge that you gain because of the good marks. Okay? But coming back to that question, what's the difference between creativity and innovation? As an entrepreneur, it's important for you to understand this. Anyone in the room? Creativity is something that comes as part of an original thought process. Okay? You are inspired to create something. All right? So, light bulb was a creation. Electricity was a creation. Okay? What is innovation? I've given you one answer, guys. Innovation, you have to answer now. Remember, this is a two-way conversation. It's not a monologue. I'm not here to give you gyan. I'm here to interact and discuss so that your learning is a lot more. So what's innovation? Go on. I'm sure there must be some thought in your mind. Please go ahead. Something that happens in a new way? Okay, all right. That's one answer. What else? Hello, talking amongst yourselves not allowed, guys. Talk to me. Introducing something new, yes. So innovation goes one step ahead of creativity in terms of working on an already existing or creating something new aligned with the existing. Okay? So let's say there is an attendance process that is already there in KCC. Okay? The attendance process was thought of by somebody earlier, 28 years ago, let's say, the day your college started. Now, over a period of time, that process has improved. That is innovation. Okay? Any improvement that comes as part of an existing system can be called innovation. Okay? So creativity and innovation. Please remember, when you start your own business, are you creating something? Are you innovating something? Or are you doing both? That's the mindset you need to be working on. So we've fixed two things here. One is risk, the ability to take risk, and creativity and innovation. What else do you think an entrepreneur requires besides these two? Sorry? What else, guys? Go on. Can't be silent. Do you think leadership skills is important? Yes, ma'am. Why? Why is it important? Yes. So, taking charge is important. Leadership skills is a whole bunch of things that you need. But taking charge, taking responsibility, becoming accountable is important when you are an entrepreneur or when you want to start a business. Because if you don't take charge, who else will? It's your business, you need to take charge. Go on, what's the next point? We've done 3 points. I want 5 at least. 5 entrepreneurial mindsets that will work. Decision making, okay. Critical thinking, okay. How many of you are Googling sitting there? See, the moment answers start coming like this, I have my questions, right? Critical thinking, decision making, what else? Sorry? Problems? Confidence, very good. Patience, excellent. Yes, very important to have the confidence to take your idea to a few more people and share it. Okay. Ideas will only work if you go ahead and talk about them, express yourselves. Otherwise, the idea will die down with you. Okay? So you need to have the confidence. Whether you're right or wrong, doesn't matter. Don't worry about that. Somebody else will come and give you that guidance, that advice, those suggestions in terms of how it can work, how it may not work. That is experience, okay? But it's important to go ahead and share your ideas, express, communicate, okay? That mindset of having the confidence to communicate, very, very important, all right? Somebody said patience. If you don't have patience, my recommendation, please don't even think of entrepreneurship. Okay? How many experiments did Edison do to create the light bulb? Little less than 1,000. Right? Yeah. Now imagine if he had given up after the first experiment. If he had said, God, this is so difficult. I can't do this. What would have happened? Forget that. We would all be using candles and sitting here. There would be no live streaming. Okay? Technology has moved way beyond the electric bulb. Right? So as an entrepreneur, it's very, very important to have the patience to succeed in whatever you're doing. So if you face failures, don't think of them as failures. Think of them as lessons you have learned and stepping stone towards a successful journey as an entrepreneur. See, as an entrepreneur, it's very important to enjoy the journey and reach whatever destination you want to reach. I won't say destination, reach milestones in your journey. Because once you get on to an entrepreneurial journey, you would not want to step back and do something different. Okay, so you will just go on expanding in that journey. So there are various milestones you will achieve, and it is important to practice patience. Somebody rightly said, no, patience is a virtue. Right? So that virtue is something you have to start developing. Entrepreneurs cannot say, I have done something today, tomorrow I want results. That doesn't happen. Okay? So, patience, risk-taking, we haven't spoken about that. I'm going to come to that as the last part. Decision-making. Why is decision-making important? How many of you are comfortable taking decisions for your own lives? Let me ask that. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. For the others, do you want somebody else to take decisions in your life? I'm asking you questions which will make you uncomfortable, guys. I'm sorry, but that's my job. Because only when you step out of your comfort zone will you start looking at doing something beyond the usual. You will move from usual to unique only when you step out of your comfort zone. Okay? And by unique, I'm not saying that you have to become the next Elon Musk or the Bill Gates or Narayan Murthy or, with your name splashed in the papers. We'll all be very happy if that happens. I'm sure your teachers here, the institute, will be extremely happy and proud. But that is not the only yardstick of success, right? Yesterday, when I must share this with you. It is a very touching, thing that I saw. When I was driving from Bangalore to Kodaikanal, we stopped en route for lunch. My driver, told me, he said, this is a decent place and we can eat here. Now, one of these, the restaurant that I stopped for lunch is called Sarvana Bhavan. No connection with, the Sarvana Bhavan chain, but this is a standalone restaurant on the highway. And I was so heartened and gladdened to see that every staff member there they have employed is somebody who has a physical challenge. Okay? Somebody didn't have an arm. One person had only one eye, so he had a black patch on his left eye. His right eye was functioning. The two cooks they have employed, both are deaf and dumb. Okay? And these are people they have recruited from the villages around. The only person who was not physically challenged there was the cashier who was sitting at the cash counter. But everybody else had some challenge or the other, which they have overcome and are leading a dignified life where they are earning their own income. Hats off to that restaurant owner who thought about this. Is his name somewhere in the newspapers? No. But that man is a business owner. He's an entrepreneur. And he's provided jobs to people who really need the jobs. Right? Those are the kind of people who should actually become poster boys for us. They are changing society along with doing business. That's what entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial mindset is all about. Okay? Now, how do you go about getting this mindset? How do you go about building this mindset? Now, we spoke about a few things here. It's not easy to build this. You have to start one step at a time. And the first thing that you will start is this term called decision making. First and foremost, you have to decide that you want to become a business owner. Okay? Not easy to decide that. Because when placements happen, a lot of you will get into jobs, as you must, okay? It's important. And then, in the journey of being employed, you will forget the dream of being self-employed. So if there is a burning desire in you to do something on your own, if you have an idea that you think can solve a problem for society around you, for mankind, you must keep the fire on. It's very, very important to keep the fire on. You may start 5 years from now, you may start 10 years from now, but keep working on that idea. A lot of us may not even have the right circumstances to start a business. A job and a salary that comes with it is very, very important. Okay? We all need to make a living. Only when you have 2 square meals a day will your brain start functioning properly. Right? I mean, those are realities of life for a lot of us. So if that is the case, you also should ensure that your dream of becoming an entrepreneur is alive and you don't lose it as you continue being employed somewhere. So how do you keep the dream alive? What do you need to do to keep it alive? Tell me. You guys answer. I will answer from my experience. How do you keep your dreams alive? Sorry? Being consistent in your work, okay. Having a vision. But how do you keep that vision, as part of your day-to-day life? See, everyday activities can take over our lives very easily. All these people sitting here with experience can vouch for it. When you have a dream, a vision, like you rightly said, the vision is something which, you will say, okay, 10 years down the line. 10 years when I have made, let's say, let me put it this way. When I have 1 crore in my bank account, okay, I will start my business. Or 1 crore seems too huge. When I have 10 lakhs in my bank account as savings, I will start a business. Now, if there is one medical emergency in the family, that 10 lakhs is gone, right? How do you keep your dream alive then? How do you focus on the vision then? Can't hear you. You need to be loud. See, that's another thing for an entrepreneur. Okay? So please be loud. Day-to-day practice, very important. Very important. Let's have a round of applause for the girl who said that. It is very important to develop certain habits which become part of your day-to-day existence. That will help you keep yourself on track. That's a very, very important point, because the moment you start incorporating everyday practices of entrepreneurial mindset, you will definitely start a business of your own. Okay? So please remember that it is important to keep your dream alive. It's not easy to keep it alive, but it is important to keep it alive if you have to become an entrepreneur. I'll tell you my own story of becoming a business owner. All right? Dr. Abraham said that I have 15, 16 years of corporate experience before I became a business owner, an entrepreneur. In those 15, 16 years of work life, I always thought that I will start something when I have 20 years of work experience. Don't ask me why 20 years. Okay, it was just there in my head. This was my thought process. 20 years and I'll become a business owner. I'll start something of my own. Because somewhere in my head I thought 20 years of corporate experience is enough experience for me to do something different. Okay? But guess what happens? 15 years of corporate experience, my boss, with whom I had a fantastic relationship, decides to move out of the company. Okay? And she and I had this conversation, and I said, listen, I don't think I'm going to enjoy working in this organization in the future as much as I did when you were around. And she said, it's time you started thinking of doing something on your own. So my first submission here to all of you is, my boss was responsible for me turning into an entrepreneur in my 15th year of my career. Okay, she was the one who actually told me, she said, why 20 years? What's going to happen different in your 20th year that is not going to happen now? And that actually got me thinking. And that was how eventually, 6 months down the line, I moved out and started my own consulting company in human resources. So my corporate background has been in human resources all along. And that was my first, business that I started. I started that business because I was very comfortable doing human resources, which brings me to the point of, as an entrepreneur, do you do something you're comfortable with, or do you do something that you're passionate about? Okay. What if you don't have enough experience with your passion? Sorry? Okay, you'll find out what you're lagging in and you start building up on that. How many of you have identified your passion? 1, 2, 3, 3.5. Okay, 4. All right, yeah. So if you don't raise your hand completely, for me that's half. All right, so when you want to raise your hand, right up there. Okay? It's very, very difficult to pinpoint and identify your passion, because we don't even give it a thought. Right? Who asks you about your passion? Do your parents ask you about your passion? Few parents do. Most parents will say, shut up, focus on your studies, get good marks. I don't blame them. They've been conditioned that way. Okay? Few teachers will ask you what you're interested in, what you'd like to do. But that also depends on the relationship you build with your teacher. Right? It's not just the teacher's responsibility to build relationship with you. It's your responsibility to build that relationship with your teacher also, where your teacher becomes your guiding light even after you graduate from the institute. Okay? So, one life lesson which I have always believed in is to remain connected with your teachers. So, I am still connected with some of my school teachers who taught me. A lot of them are in their 70s and 80s now, but I am still connected with some of them who are good in remaining connected with their students. Okay? So, when nobody is asking you about your passion, how do you identify it? Question number 1, that's for you to think about. Okay? Question number 2, is it necessary for us to have only one passion all our lives, or can we have multiple passions? One, multiple, how does it work? How many of you believe that one passion is important? Let me put it that way. Okay? How many of you believe it's okay to have multiple passions, therefore multiple dreams? See, that's humankind for you. We are not happy with one, we want multiple things. It's okay. There are no right or wrong answers in this, guys. That's again another conditioning that happens to us in our school days. When the teacher asks you a question, you're expected to give a right answer. In life, there are no right or wrong answers. There are answers that will take you to where you want to go, and there are answers that will not take you where you want to go. Now, you can decide whichever answer you want. Okay? So, it is perfectly all right to have multiple passions. What is more important is to start working on those passions. So, again, I'll come back to a question for you people. How many of you want to start your businesses right after graduating from here? This one too nods his head for everything I ask. What's your name? Rohit. Okay. Rohit here is ready for everything. Good. Somebody else raised a hand here. You would like to start something right after graduating? Great. What is it that you have in mind? Textile business. Wow. Interesting. Could you elaborate a little on that? What kind of a textile business? For women. So do you want to get into ready-mades? Do you want to get into opening a retail store? What is it that you want when you say textile business? Boutique. Okay, so you want to open a retail business. Great. Thank you so much. Please sit. Now, round of applause for her. As the reason why I pinpointed and asked is, as an entrepreneur or as a budding entrepreneur, how much clarity do you have about the passion that you want to build upon? Also will dictate how quickly you move in your entrepreneurial journey. Okay? Now, all these points that we have spoken about and discussed is something that becomes part of the foundation of you becoming an entrepreneur or a business owner. But the most important aspect is, how will you sustain once you start, right? We are not going to start a business to see it shut down after a few months or a few years. Though, if you look at statistics, 65 to 70% of the businesses shut down in the first year of operations. Do you know why? Any idea why? Why do you think businesses shut down? They're not able? Sure. So if you start facing financial losses, you have to shut down your business. That's one reason. Any other reason? There are companies that have made money and yet had to shut down. Why? Because they didn't have the right set of people working for them. So, as entrepreneurs, it is important to build the right team with you. Okay? Now, most important when you start a business and you start building it is to look at the sustainability of the business. Okay? How do you identify the sustainability? You identify it by understanding what value your business is going to bring. Okay? Value is not in terms of money. Value is in terms of, will it solve a problem that exists in society? Or will it solve a problem that exists in the country? Will it address a particular community that is facing challenges? Okay, I don't know how many of you would have seen this. There was a video that was floating in WhatsApp just a few weeks ago, which spoke about Ratan Tata investing in a company for senior citizens. Any of you seen that video? No? Okay, let me tell you what he did. So there are a lot of senior citizens who are single. Okay? Somebody's lost a wife, somebody's lost a husband, or they have been spinsters and bachelors and have never married, and they don't have an immediate family around them. Okay? So there was one bright youngster who was interning with Tata Foundation who came up with this idea, and he said, why should senior citizens be alone? They also need companionship. Okay? So he started this app where senior citizens, single senior citizens, could connect with other single senior citizens, like-minded, share a passion, share a common interest, and the idea was to bring such people together so that their lives become more engaging than what it is right now. And Ratan Tata found that concept so fascinating that he decided to fund this startup. Okay, and that was the video that went viral a few weeks ago. Now, can you imagine, this is a youngster, a 27-year-old boy who thinks of this app, who thinks of this concept and idea. He starts working on it. Somebody in Tata Foundation reports this back to Ratan Tata, and he decides to fund this. So, the idea of sharing that story with you, sustainability is a very, very important thing. Your business idea may not be funded by Ratan Tata, but your neighborhood bank can definitely fund it. Okay? Investor community can definitely fund it if they find it interesting enough. So sustainable, you have to look at building sustainable business practices. Can this particular idea of yours or concept of yours, can it solve an existing problem in society? That value add, can it make a difference? Can it provide a service for people around you? Is a very, very important part of building sustainability in any business. And that's what successful business owners do. They look at solving a problem. So somebody said food, cafeteria. Now, there are so many cafeterias. So one would always wonder, will a new cafeteria make a difference? Right? That's food for thought. If you're going to start a cafe, how is it going to help? Where are you going to start it? What kind of food are you going to serve? What additional services will you provide to your customer base? Right? Now, all those things you need to start thinking and evaluating when you look at sustaining a business or a business practice. Does that make sense? Yes? No? Okay. Now, before I end, I'm going to share a small story. You can Google this out. It's out there, on the internet. In 2009, in Stanford Business School, a professor by the name of Tina Seelig decided to do a small experiment in class. Okay? She was teaching management, so these were a bunch of MBA students that she had, and she decided to do what is very famously today called as the $5 challenge. Okay? Any of you have heard about the $5 challenge? No? Okay, let me share with you what happened in Stanford then. She divided her entire class into 14 teams. Okay? And there were 14 envelopes that were distributed to these teams with $5 in each envelope. Okay? And then she gave them the terms and conditions and the instructions. She said, you can discuss, plan what to do with that $5 in terms of building, or rather in terms of starting a successful business idea and making some money. So obviously when you say making some money, it definitely has to be more than $5. Okay, $5 is the investment that is given to you. What business idea will you have to make this $5 grow into $10, $20, $30, whatever number you want to achieve? She said you can plan as much as you want. There is no time limit for it. But once you open the envelope and you take the $5 out to start your business, you have 2 hours in which you have to come back with results and solutions. Okay? Once you come back with your results, each team was supposed to make a 3-minute presentation to the class in terms of how they made use of the $5, what business idea they came up with, how much money they made. Okay? Now, what happened thereafter for the rest of the day was very, very interesting. And there are actually life lessons that even big businesses can learn from an experiment like this. Okay? So one team came up with the idea saying, oh, we'll start a lemonade stall. Okay? They said, we'll sell Nimbu Pani to people. Wonderful. Nothing wrong with the idea. How much money do you think they would have made? Maybe $1 or $2 more, maybe $3 more, but the result was they ended up making about $12. Okay? So $5 investment, they made $7 more. Then there were some other teams that decided to do something different and actually lost the $5 in the bargain. Okay? But there were some teams that became extremely successful and actually made close to $600 on a $5 investment, which is roughly 400% ROI on the basic investment. What do you think they did? This particular team that made $600 did not focus on the $5 at all. They said $5 is a distraction. Why would I want to start business with a $5? I will start business with my idea. I'll go pitch the idea. Okay? So they actually went ahead, and you know what they did? They took this idea of queues in restaurants around Stanford campus. Okay? So you have a whole bunch of restaurants, students, faculty, visitors to Stanford, everybody goes to these restaurants to eat. And the queues to get into these restaurants itself was very, very long. All right? So what these people did was they purchased tickets in advance or booked reservations in advance. Tables were booked in these restaurants, and for each table that they reserved, they sold it at $20 outside. Do you see how they made money? So if you're standing in the queue, to escape the queue, you're ready to pay $20 and get into the restaurant, finish your food, and get out. Okay? But there was one winning team that created an infinite possibility of income generation for themselves, because they did not focus on the $5, they didn't focus on selling a product, they focused on the 3-minute presentation they were supposed to do to the class. Okay? What did they do? They knew that there were companies waiting to hire students from that batch. So they went ahead and sold the 3-minute presentation slot to a company that told them, not only will we give you a job, but we will fund you for any business concept that you come back to us with. So these guys came, they spent the 3-minute presentation time talking to the students about that particular company. And at the end of that experiment, 15 students from Stanford were hired by that company, and the team that came up with this idea was given funding for the next 3 years for a business concept that they came up with. So what do you think was the difference between these various groups? The groups that lost money, the groups that made some money, the groups that made decent amount of money, and finally the winning team that walked away with an infinite possibility. What do you think was the difference? Go on, guys. Innovation, yes. Idea. Both great answers. It's also asking the right set of questions. So if you're not asking the right set of questions, what can I do with this particular challenge? How can I solve it? Why do I need a solution? What is the result that I'm expecting? These are the questions, open-ended questions that you must go ahead and keep asking yourselves. That will point you in the right direction. That's lesson number 1. Lesson number 2, please surround yourselves with like-minded people, not with people who will bring your energy levels down. You need people with positive energy who will keep feeding into you. Okay, it's important. You don't want to sit with a bunch of people who are constantly crying and saying, oh my God, my life is such a mess. Right? Anybody who does that is also bringing the other person down constantly. So, like-minded, positive energy people is the second point. The third point, patience, what we discussed earlier. Okay? Fourth point, it is important to start looking at who can help you with financial resources. Okay? But that's a different subject altogether. I'll be happy to talk about that in an informal interaction with any of you who's serious about becoming an entrepreneur. Okay? But it's important to keep the financial resources in mind, and that's the fourth point that you need to focus on. Last and not the least is your own motivation to continue in the field that you have chosen to become an entrepreneur. If you're not self-motivated, then you're not going anywhere. Nobody else can motivate you on a day-to-day basis. Self-motivation is important. Okay? And that is what needs to push you out. I don't know if you've heard of this gentleman called Zig Ziglar. Zig Ziglar used to teach management and has been a successful entrepreneur himself. He very rightly said, motivation and having a bath every day is something you need to do for yourself. Right? When you shower, you clean your body. When you motivate, you clean your mind. And that's the most important thing for an entrepreneur to follow. You cannot say, oh my God, I would ever want to go back in terms of, doing something which I have done all these 16 years. There's no looking back. So that's a little bit from my side. I'm happy to take questions. Anything you people want to discuss, happy to bring that up also. I think 5 minutes, right? 11:30 we stop, yeah. So, any questions? Happy to answer. Any of you want to do an informal interaction during the breaks? Happy to do that also. Okay? Thank you very much. You've been a lovely audience. I know I must have bored some of you. I saw a few of you yawning away. Don't know whether it is lack of oxygen or boredom, but I will take it as lack of oxygen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us with this eye-opening session. I want to personally thank you, ma'am, for giving an idea on dog farming. I'm glad that I have already built a network in this space.
Now, I would thank ma'am for each and everything that she told. Not only the thing like entrepreneurship is very important, she also gave the life skills and life lessons that are important for our future. It was a very great session, and I thank ma'am for bringing up the 5 mantras, the $5 challenge, and everything that was very important for our lives. Now I would like to call Assistant Professor Ms. Carmel Lena Jacob, Department of Management Studies and Social Work and Administrative Secretary, KCC, to convey the word of thanks.
All glory and honor to the Lord himself. Thank you is a very powerful prayer made even before things haven't been seen. Thank you is a very powerful prayer made even before things haven't been seen or heard. As we express our gratitude, We must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live them. By John F. Kennedy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is such an honor and privilege to stand before you to deliver this word of thanks on behalf of the following departments: the Business Administration, Department of Computer Science and IT, and Department of Hotel Management and Catering Science. What a joy to witness personally having two of my very important people in my life, my mentors, sitting together on dais, Dr. Samuel Abraham and Ms. Uma Surendra. Today, I proudly stand before you because I'm a very tailor-made woman because of these two powerful mentors in my life. Respected keynote speaker, Ms. Uma Surendra, our beloved chairman and principal, Dr. Samuel Abraham, most respected academic advisor, Dr. Joseph Devadasan, sir, vice principal, sir, Dr. Vijay Raghunathan, Dr. Ebby Thomas, associate provost, and our vibrant support, Professor Pinky Janathanam, the associate dean and convener, Dr. John Jacob. I thank from the bottom of my heart you all gathered in this auspicious occasion, witnessing the glory of the Lord, because there is a reason why I'm saying this statement. This is the biggest physical event we are conducting after the pandemic lockdown. I also thank the people who have gathered online. I thank the students, members of the faculties, research scholars, and all the participants who are online, parents and near and dears. I thank the Supreme Power, the Almighty God, for making this international conference possible. The main reason, as I shared, this is a physical event after lockdown. It is very much needed, and this Kodaikanal Christian College will always stand for having a physical event. I invite and I congratulate always to gather here and make your presence in all the upcoming events conducted by this place. I thank the teachers of the department who guided us and helped us to reach out to the people with this short span of notice. I thank every soul who has extended their support, even in a small gesture, to make this day to come true. The day is not yet over. Get ready for a jam-packed sessions further. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we will have a small break before we move on to the next session. I would request everyone to assemble back by 11:45. Thank you.
inclusive education. Now, we've got two important topics that we're excited about covering. The first is the role children involved as possible. Now, Jen, that's something you know a lot about.
Our local schools here. 4 girls who attend our local schools. So on both sides, we get to be parents who are trying to learn the best way to be involved and help our students learn. And then also in the schools, helping our students get engaged, making sure that we're using inclusive practices in our schools, and also creating parents opportunities in our schools so that they can engage with their students and that they know the best ways to help their students.
So this is a topic that's near and dear to our hearts, and we can't wait to be a part of this conference. We want you to know that we believe in inclusive education, and we can't wait to see you there.
I support inclusive education. I support inclusive education. Around the world, children are excluded from schools where they belong because of disability, race, language, religion, gender.
Ladies and gentlemen, please come and occupy your seats. Come fast. This is standing outside the Abraham Hall, please. I request every ladies and gentlemen to come and occupy your seats.
Hello, future. I'm calling you the future, and know your future and move on.
Please come and occupy your seats as soon as possible. We are going to start our next session.
Once again, I welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen, for this next session.
We request our academic advisor, Dr. Joseph Devdasan, who is having more than 15 years of teaching experience, our former vice principal, alumni of IIM Ahmedabad, to share his insights on this topic.
Good morning. Okay. I'll take a very little time of you and share one insight which I believe would help people who are aspiring to be entrepreneurs. All of you would have some kind of interest in entrepreneurship. I believe that's why you are here. But most of us don't consider entrepreneurship as a career because we may have ideas, we may know of resources available. The government these days is willing to fund good ideas. There is a new program by the government of Tamil Nadu called Startup TN. If you have a very good idea, the government is willing to give 10 lakh rupees as a seed money to start. If you have a very good idea. So there is funding available. They are willing to train you with necessary skills. They are willing to help you acquire necessary technology. They are willing to help you market your product. What more can we expect? But still many people don't choose entrepreneurship as a career. The reason I think is because I put myself in that position and asked that question. Why don't I try entrepreneurship? Because there is this fear, what if I fail? Do you agree? Some of us don't consider entrepreneurship because we know, we also heard in the keynote speech, 60 talk to a group of young entrepreneurs who are doing business. They were actual entrepreneurs, and the government wanted to train them in management skills. So they asked management experts to train them on different areas. I was given one area to train them on. Before I started talking about that particular concept and how to do things in line with that, I asked them two questions. I wanted every entrepreneur to answer two questions. The first question was, what is the business that you are doing and why are you doing that business? Simple. So somebody stood up and said, I do some textiles business. The reason is, I'm interested in that. So at the end of listening to all of them, I had three categories of reasons for doing their business. One group said, I am doing this business because I am interested in. The second group said, I am doing this business because in my city, in my town, in my village, this particular resource is available. So I am making use of the resources that is available around me and doing a business. Do you think it's a good idea? Around you, there is a particular wealth, particular resource. And you look at that resource and say, if I can take it and market it to people who don't have this resource, I will make money. So that's also a good idea. The third group said, I am doing this business because my father, my mother has been running this business for many years and I am automatically inheriting it. Do you think it's a good idea to continue your family's business? Yes or no? No. If your father is having a business and he wants that business to continue, will you take it up or say, no daddy, close it down when you die. I will do my thing. Will you say that? All three are good reasons. To me, I do a business because I am interested in is a good reason. I do a business because there is resource around me. I want to make use of it. Good reason. I do this business because my parents started from scratch and they brought it up, and I want to continue the legacy. Good reason. But all three good reasons can still end up in failure. All three good reasons can still end up in failure. I'll give you one example. The idea of theme park was first introduced by Walt Disney, Disneyland, the idea of theme park. And they were successful in whatever they did. They set a few theme parks in the United States. They were facing success one after the other. Then they moved to Japan. They found success, theme park in Japan. Then they thought we will get into Europe. So they started a theme park in France. What do you expect? No. Please answer my question. They were successful in the US, multiple theme parks. They were successful in Japan with theme park. They are entering France. What do you expect? What do you expect? Success. Because we know this business. We introduced this business to the world. We know every detail of how to do this business. We have been successful in multiple cultures, opposite cultures. Now we are going to have lunch during the time that we are used to. Disneyland had a policy, no alcohol inside our theme park. French people said, what is lunch without alcohol? It's like a staple food for us. I can't imagine a lunch without it. They thought people in France and Europe would come and stay in their hotels around the theme park for 4 or 5 days. Those people came for a day or two and left. So they could not make money in the hotels that they built. Now the reason for failure of this, I'll also give you another example of business failure. Concorde, supersonic jets for like a commercial airplane. Today's airplanes can't match the speed of Concordes. Late 1960s, early 1970s, they were in the business. Now these Concordes, which are technologically superior, are in museums. So you have the best product in the world, but you don't have a market for it. Sometimes people think if I get the best idea, I'll be a successful entrepreneur. Not necessarily. Sometimes people think if I have made success in the past 2-3 places, I have the experience to repeat that success. Not necessarily. So there are experts in the management sciences field who try and understand why these businesses fail. Is there a way by which we can be sure, increase the probability of success to a very, very, very high percentage? The first example I gave you, the 3 reasons why these people were in the business. I am interested in this. Good reason. I have resources around me. I want to make use of them. Good reason. My family has been doing this. I'm continuing it. Good reason. But not good enough to ensure a very high probability of success. So I would like to introduce a concept briefly. It is called job to be done approach. You can look up online and read about it. The book is freely available at the person who coined this idea. His website, the book is freely available. You can download that PDF. You can download the audio version of the book and listen to it. The idea behind starting any business should be not the whole thing should not come from me. Henry Ford said, when he was working on his invention, the first car, Model T Ford, there was only one model, there was one color, black. So if you wanted to buy a car, you can buy in one color only, one model only, no options. He said when he was working on that, if he went to his customers and asked them, what do you need? They would have said, we need fast horses. That's all they could think. His customers in those days were complaining about the speed of the horse. The horse used to transport, it is slow. Can you give me a fast horse so that I can go quickly? They could not think about a car. So to understand customers' need, you are right, we need to interact with them. We need to get into their world. They say you deep dive into their world. Imagine your customer is a fish. You want to understand what the fish needs. You dive into water, be with a fish, and understand what they need. Now, this need should be defined enough. People don't buy that. People buy for one reason. They have something to be done, and it is called a job to be done. A job to be done. And it pains me because that job is not done. So I need something. You call it a product, you call it a service, you call it an offering, it doesn't matter. I have a pain and I need some help with that pain. Will you give me something that will solve my pain? You are guaranteed success. Right? So if you can give me something that will solve my pain point. So when you look for business opportunities, there is always this temptation. That even if you ask me, what business can you start? I can only think of what can I do? What am I good at? But the problem is, if the customers don't want what I am good at, what's the point in making a Concorde airplane which will sit in a museum? Right? 2003, I think, they stopped all these airplanes, and these airplanes are in the museum. Today, no airplane is as fast as those airplanes, but they could not commercialize that idea. So all good creative ideas, all great inventions may not succeed in the market. If your product or service can solve a customer pain, so how do I find out what pains my customer? They will not tell me openly, right? If Ford went to his customers and asked, they would not have told him, give us a car. Like he said, they would have said, is there a possibility of getting a breed of horse that can go fast? That's all. So how do I understand what pains my customer? I go into their world and observe, maybe interact, observe. And in that process, I try and find out some inconvenient workaround they are doing. Instead of doing something straight, they go around certain things, and that makes it inconvenient for them. And they are troubled by that. They are not voicing it out. You find that out. You come up with a product or a service that would solve the problem. Your probability of success would be very, very, very high. So that one fear that stops us to take that final decision of getting into entrepreneurship. What if I fail? You will not fail when you have something that will solve your customer's pain. This is just a reiteration of what you heard this morning. Solving problems of people, solving problems of society. It is not what you can give, it is what is actually needed. So if you can make that difference, you will be able to run successful you can be successful entrepreneurs running successful corporations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving your wonderful insights about the topic.
Now I'll like to call Dr. A.B. Thomas, Associate Provost, Department Head in Charge, Business Administration of Kodaikanal Christian College, to introduce the special speaker for the day.
A very good afternoon to all. It's my great pleasure to introduce the special address of Dr. Deska Mota Nakwabi from Tanzania. She is a businesswoman, an entrepreneur, educationalist, research scholar, business consultant, and a freelance research consultant. She completed her Bachelor's of Business Administration from Kodaikanal Christian College with first class, and completed her master's degree in international business and finance from De Montfort University. She have done her doctorate of business administration from University of the West of Scotland in the year March 2020. Currently, she serves as the Chief Executive Officer of KOM Group of Companies and also the Director of KOM Food Products. KOM is a group of companies which has investment in oil processing, cotton ginning, agriculture, steel, plastic and pipe manufacturing, food and beverages. A research paper, I would like to give some insight. Some of the research paper where she have contributed to the nation of Tanzania are challenges impacting young women entrepreneur in Dar es Salaam, investment opportunities in Tanzania in 2022, the growth of small and medium enterprises, SMEs, globally is dependent upon a conducive business environment. Her contribution has made her to become a successful woman entrepreneur in the continent of Africa. Recently, 9th September 2022, she launched Young Woman Entrepreneur. Through this program, the main intention is to inspire the young entrepreneurs and youth job seekers, which will learn the various opportunities available in the nation of Tanzania, and they also have done and recognized the top 50 women entrepreneurs in the place of Tanzania. We are so happy for Dr. Deska. And the last but not the least, she is our alumni of KCC and she is shining like a star in Tanzania. Ma'am, we welcome you into this our international conferences. Let me give one word to you as our keynote speaker and our academic advisor and also our chairman and principal, Dr. Sam Abraham Sara, has also insisted. This day, take this word, the entrepreneur, and it is an inspiration and a challenge for each one of you. You can do this woman entrepreneur in your place, in your villages, in your panchayat, and the state of Tamil Nadu, the government, the central government is there to support you. The society is there to support you. So take this insight, and definitely it's going to be a blessing for each one, those who gathered over here and those who are getting your insight. Thank you. So this is your time, ma'am. Now you can take your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bay. Dr. Sam Abraham, Chairman and Principal, Kodaikanal Christian College, Honorable Guest of Honor, Ms. Uma Sudhindra, Strategy Consultant, CEO, Strategic Initiatives at ED for All, Managing Partner at Go Magic Trails, Board of Governors, IIM, Visakhapatnam. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. It is a great honor to be here among you today. It is indeed a privilege for me to speak about the creative opportunities that are available for aspiring.
Do you have any questions? Okay. Thank you, Jessica. If any questions will be passed on to you shortly through mail. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful session. Now, I would like to call Assistant Professor Ms. Carmel Lena Jacob, Department of Management Studies and Social Work and Administrative Secretary, KCC, to introduce the first panel speaker for the day. The panel speakers are requested to come online.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. And now we are likely to start the panel session. We'll push it off. We'll request all the panel members to come online. We have sent them a personal message. So this is going to be a very crucial panel session discussion. Please pay much better attention. The person whom I'm going to introduce is Mr. Axel Angeli, a digital future evangelist, a founder of 50 Experts Advisor and Alliance, director of Logos World Technology and Research, Germany. He is basically an advisor to policymakers in the emerging countries to develop this smart industry 4.0 and evolution by design. He teaches the use of artificial intelligence in building holistic and smart holistic ecosystem for open agriculture 4.0. It's a project, smart healthcare 4.0 and smart living 4.0. Axel is a teacher who learns his whole life long, and his achievements and his projects are enormous, and he is an elevated research person, advisor to CXO and policymakers for Industry 4.0, as I mentioned earlier. And he is also an international conference speaker for Digital Future, Education and Strategy for Artificial Intelligence in Agriculture Field 4.0, relationship builder between Germany, India, and Africa, the brand ambassador for Electronic and Software Export Promotional Council by Ministry of Commerce, India, technical advisor on industry for European branch and African, Caribbean, and Pacific nations. Over to you, sir. We're waiting for the session. Thank you.
Still a very good morning here in Germany. So I would like to give you some small insights actually about what could be good businesses for the futures, because we are talking about what young people can do in the and Dr. Abraham, he said already in the beginning that businesses are not necessarily set on the way to success just because they worked in the past. They actually have to be made ready for the future. And so I would like to work out with you in this session a little bit. I don't want to give you the prognosis right away. I want to work out with you actually how we can make a prognosis for the future. First of all, when I want to make businesses, that is complementing the speech of Dr. Abraham a bit. There is two kinds of businesses that exists. Either you have a demand-driven business or you have a supply-driven business. Give you an example, those who do study economics, they know these differentiations very well. Supply-driven business is if you have a product, but you don't know your market. In this case, you will do a lot of advertisement and you will have to convince the market that they need it. One good example is the iPhone. When the iPhone came to the market, nobody needed an iPhone. Nobody was asking for a smartphone. Nobody was asking for a similar thing like this. They wanted to have the next version of a Nokia phone, something where they could make telephones and send their messages. But then Apple came and said, well, we have something new, and they started an enormous marketing campaign sending out, see, this is what you need a smartphone, and so they're pushing the product into the market. That is a supply-driven business because you have a supply, you have a product, and you have to send it to the market. A demand-driven business is the other way around. Some customers are there who have an enormous need for something. They have an enormous need for something, and they are coming and ask you, can you produce something? So you look in the market, see what does the market need, you produce something. My talks here is not about supply-driven businesses, actually. This is, then you have to talk to the marketing organizations, then you have to go for the investors and say, hey, how can we bring good things to the markets, what the people will be willing to buy for? No, we are going now for the demand-driven business because there is a lot of business out there in the world where we have a demand. And Dr. Jessica already mentioned it when she was speaking about Tanzania, that there is a big demand, especially in the agriculture side. So how do I come to a prognosis? Well, first of all, I look out there, where are the people? If I talk with Indians who want to make business, one of their typical mistakes, I would say, is that they look, oh, they want to come to Germany, they want to come to the USA and say, we want to make business there. Because they made businesses, very successful businesses in the past. But first of all, a business that works in Germany, a business that works in the USA does not necessarily work in India. Dr. Abraham showed this with the Walt Disney business. The way how an amusement park works in USA did not work in Europe because Europeans had a completely different perception of amusement park, a completely different expectations, and a completely different market. A business that you have designed to work in New Delhi is not necessarily working in Hyderabad or in Bangalore or in Chennai, because the mentality of the people, even within India, from the north and the south, might be completely different. If you make business with Western people, with Europeans, or especially with Americans, the most important thing is the contract. You have lawyers who look after it and this ones. If you do business in India or in Africa, the lawyer is not so important. This is a Western invention or a British invention. The most important is trust. So you have first to make friends with your people, and then you make a deal with them. And the best is you bring the parents of your partner to close the deal like you do with the marriage. So the mentality of making business is also very much different. So that is something you have to respect. So when I now try to find out actually, that is how I make businesses. Now I want to find out actually what kind of business is good. And then I look out in the world, where are many people? Yes, everybody says India is many people. China is many people. But this is already a perception of the past. India's population is more or less stagnating. So you're currently at 1.5 billion population, plus minus 200 million, depending on what the census is just saying. China is already, well, also stagnating. Maybe they even get less people in the future because the birth rate is is under 1.0. So where are the many people? Well, the many people now are in Africa. Africa has currently also 1.5 billion in population if you look pan-Africa, and they will double the population by 2040. So what problem comes out from this insight? If I come to Africa, this means that half of the people there is under 18 years old. So they are still in education. They are not even professionals right now, half of the population. And that gives me now an insight where the demand comes. These people need, first of all, food. So we have to guarantee that we can feed all these people in Africa in the future, in 2014. Keep in mind, they are doubling the population. Secondly, we have to give them education, the young people. Because if they are not educated, they are not helpful people for the future. So we have to give them training, we have to give them education, they have to give them a perspective. And if they are educated, they might have a good chance also to develop their own businesses. So in order to educate the people, we have to educate them in something what is needed. Africa, but also for India. So if you go India, it's not everything is urbanized. If you look at in Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Delhi, Mumbai, this is all urbanized one. But you have to look at the more remote places, like in Orissa, like in Assam, like in Srinagar, like in Himachal. That is the places where you have a lot of rural areas and where we also have a different way how we have to look for the future. So in order to feed the people and to educate the people, one of the biggest demand is agriculture. The problem with agriculture in places where you have a lot of people is that businesses traditionally depend on, oh, we have a lot of people, we have a lot of fields, so we can take these people and they can work on the field to make food. But that will not be sufficient if the population is doubling in the next 20 years. We have to look in some sort of industrialization of the business. We have to be more efficient. And to be more efficient, we need to use technology. That is something we learned from the past already. The industrial revolution, what everybody is talking about all the time, has always been triggered by agriculture, by the need for food. The first big industrial revolution that was 4,000 years ago, that was the invention of the plow. All of a sudden, we did not have a hark only, we had a real machine that allowed us to plow our acre in much shorter time than it was before and also in better precision. Then another industrial revolution that was in the 16th century, the invention of the seed drill by Jethro Tull. That was a machine that was able to precisely put the plants into the soil. The next revolution, industrial revolution, was also triggered by agriculture. That was a steam engine. The steam engine was meant primarily to help on the fields, to replace horses. Like Mr. Abraham said, Henry Ford also learned that farmers did not want to have fancy machines, they didn't want to have Porsches and the race cars, they wanted to have a faster horse. And let's go on. The tractor is something that everybody wants. Everybody wants to ride a tractor, not to work on the field. But the tractor helps us really because it industrialized the businesses. So this comes now for me to one of the first insight when I have learned from the past what happened there with the industrializing the businesses, industrializing agriculture. The future will be to industrialize agriculture with modern technology. And modern technology is primarily now artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, the IoT devices, and that is something what we call now agriculture 4.0. And what Ms. Lina was actually reading, all these 4.0 businesses, what I'm in there, the 4.0 is for us the indicator. We are now putting the artificial intelligence technology into all these businesses like smart cities, like healthcare, and especially in the agriculture. So the businesses in the future for India and for Africa will lie in making improvements for agriculture by using artificial intelligence technology, by using the Industries 4.0 technologies. That also helps the young people, because the young people don't want to work on the fields. They want to be computer engineers. They want to be data scientists. They want to use all this fancy new technology. But if they invent something that can help increase the yield on the fields, then we have find the solution. So, and everybody who invents something that increases the food production, improves the food production. This also includes thoughts of sustainability, climate change, aware agriculture, logistics to bring the food from A to B to C. So that is a lot of things that have to be done in the agriculture side. Technology is one of the solutions. So one of my thoughts is increasing education in agriculture 4.0. So we teach young people to use the technology, but make them aware how this technology can be used for. I don't want, if I have, when I'm talking to students, a lot of students come to me and ask, oh, I want to have a job as a data analyst. I want to have a job as a data scientist. I said, no, I don't have a job for a data scientist. I don't have a job for a data analyst. I have a job for a farmer. They say, but I don't want to work on the farm. No, think twice, actually. If you become a farmer, but use your knowledge in data analytics to improve what you do in the farm, then we have a deal. Then we have a job for the future. And we need to build also an ecosystem around this. And the ecosystem means that I'm not doing a business alone. I have to look around there. Is there others who are doing it? Also, Dr. Abraham said this in his introduction speech. It's a good idea to do a business where a lot of partnering businesses are around. So Ms. Lina sent me a message, actually. Means probably I have to stop talking. Okay, wonderful. So I think I have given you a small insight, actually, where everything goes. Concentrate on Industries 4.0, Agriculture 4.0. Agriculture, that is where the business, the driving business, the revolution for the future lies to. Use technology, learn something, but use it for agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Axel. I had to force to do this because we're running out of time. I request Lieutenant Commander Mr. Deena Dayalan. He is the next panel speaker. I invite Dr. Ebby Thomas, our Associate Provost, to introduce the next panel speaker. Thank you.
Once again, a very good afternoon to all. It's my great pleasure to introduce Lieutenant Commander Deena Dayalan sir, a naval officer skilled in defense projects and program management with specialized in information technology and data security. He served the nation through garnering professionalism with integrity in working within top secret defense program. Now he is venturing corporate program management in BFSI, that is banking, financial service and insurance sector. In the year 2010 to 2020, he served as a commissioned officer in Indian Navy, and he also got PG, postgraduate certification in global supply chain management from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade 2020. He have completed BTech from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapith. He also completed PG Diploma in Business Administration from IIM Ahmedabad in the year 2022. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Commander Dina Dayalan, for coming and attending our conference through virtual. Let us give a good clap for the Lieutenant Colonel.
Respected Dr. Abraham, Dr. Ebi, panel speakers, special guests, and faculty, and all my dear students. So, like you all might be wondering why I am here, for an entrepreneurial talk. So let me be frank and tell you openly that my family also runs a business, and I was supposed to take up that business. I was in fact looking forward to take over that business. It's like an import and an export business, you can call it. It was like, since my native is from Ooty, so we are into import and export of tea. So my dad did that, and then I'm supposed to take over. In the near future, I will be taking over, but I don't know how soon. Till my dad has got the strength, he'll do that. But what I want to cover is, for example, entrepreneurship should never come by force. That is what I feel personally, and I think it's also an accepted truth worldwide and everywhere. So entrepreneurship should come out of your own interest. For example, it shouldn't be that you don't have a job and you are forced to do some earning and you should run for an income and there started a business. That's not the way entrepreneurship should work, is my gut feeling, and it is the true thing which is accepted, because majority of, like the earlier speakers also, we were hearing this. Majority of the startups, why does it fail? And one main reason for this is just by seeing the imitative entrepreneurship, which was covered by the earlier speaker. People see others and making money out of that, and then they fall into that trap. That shouldn't be there. If you're really interested, then you should take up. You should come with a minimum viable product, what you can give to the customers, what the customers require, what is the market requirement, what is the world running into. You need to update yourself. You need to update your technical acumen. It's not that like everything is software. Even people who have all started the software industry are all not IT coders or IT technicians. It's like the business mindset you need, like how to make profit, how to run a business. And for being I also wanted to cover this small portion before we run out of time. The defense sector, which is open up now, today's world, after especially the Make in India concepts have arisen and come into place, there is a lot of venturing which is happening into investments into defense production. You might be knowing that majority of our defense products till date were being imported from other countries, but we have now started producing those in our own country with the help of our own DRDO and the corresponding Bharat Electronic Limited and other defense production units, public sector units. So, but if you actually see, the vendor list is running much more than that. The companies, for example, the defense public sector units might be a single company, but if you actually see the raw materials, the products, the materials which are supplied, everything is run through external vendorization, and third-party vendors are running in the entire process of this. For that, again, if you see, entrepreneurship is a big open there. And one more thing which I wanted to cover up is, like, entrepreneurship is not only about becoming a unicorn or a multi-billionaire businesses. Even a person who's owning a small tea shop is an entrepreneur to himself. And you can see that example. The MBA Chaiwala has come and the concept has changed. Now people are looking up. the car drivers who are having his own car and driving a taxi. He is also an entrepreneur. The day might come wherein he will have more profits and he earns 10 taxis altogether. Then the things are turned upside down. So my final take on this is think big, try, don't leave your heart, and especially the willpower to become an entrepreneur should come in from you for the business to succeed and for you all you to become an successful entrepreneur. And for the considering the time limits, I am cutting short my talk, and then I'm wishing each one of you all here and for all the members who have given opportunity to talk here, all the very best for all the candidates and the students, all the best for becoming an enterprising entrepreneurship. Thank you. Thanks one and all.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful session. Now I would like to call Professor Vivekananda, Senior Member of Faculty, Department of Management Studies and Commerce and Foreign Trade, KCC, to introduce the third panel speaker for the day.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure and privilege to stand before you to introduce Mr. Joby Joy, a panel speaker of fourth session. He's an MBA graduate from Dublin School. Actually, he is having concurrent positions like GDSN Director, ISRE Executive Advisor, and PinkKerala.com CEO. So he's a versatile person. He's having a rich experience. So he started his career as a cluster coordinator production team, where he served as a coordinator of a production team for 6 years. Then he moved on to Diff Technology and acted as a managing director for 2 years. And he was taking care of online strategy consulting, brand development, and online concept developer. Then he moved on as a co-founder of Easy Internet Marketing. So he was the co-founder for 14 months. So he was developing like website traffic growth, online marketing strategies, website user interface and advertising revenue, developed brand strategy and statistics systems and so on. Then he also served as a managing director for almost 15 years, from January 2008 till now. So he was handling great online concepts, working business model to attract corporate acquisition and so on. Then he also, right now he's serving as a CEO for PinkKerala.com. So PinkKerala.com is a business portal from 4G Marketing Concepts Limited in Ireland. So I welcome you, sir. So we are, it is a personal request. We are running short of time. So hence I request you to take 10 to 15 minutes at the maximum. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Am I audible? Good afternoon, KCC. Chairman Sam Abraham, sir, our keynote speaker, Ms. Uma Sudhendra, and all other dignitaries, my fellow panelists, faculties, and my younger brothers and sisters in KCC. Okay, so I'm actually listening to my various positions, which was being outlining there, and myself trying to believe that these are all my designations. It must have been taken from the LinkedIn, and I'm sure it is being read in the reverse order also. I am taking a little bit of privilege here, being a student from KCC from its early stage, which is year 2000, to go slightly deviating from the formal structure because I am not a non-speaker at all. I am. This could be my fourth or fifth forum which I am speaking or addressing a gathering. So basically, when I say I am not a speaker, at the same time, I am also executive advisor and organizer for Asia's biggest or longest running cybersecurity conference at the same time. So what I'm trying to tell here is I am more like a ground reality person and behind the stage person. So I think, the academic talk and the management talk, there is nothing more I can speak here than my previous speakers have told because they are the experts in it. If at all, I believe that if there is any value addition I should give to this conference would be that I go through my entrepreneurial journey and give some challenges and also some examples how I have run my last 22 years of professional life. So basically, I done my hotel management graduation program from Kodaikanal Christian College. Since then, last 22 years, I have been working for various, I work for various companies, and as you heard, I'm running different businesses and also being advisor for the cybersecurity conference called Cocoon. See, I wanted to really make a point here that my graduation was hotel management. So how do I can connect my graduation with a technology conference or my entrepreneurship or my job with Intel Ireland? So I would like to go through a little bit of my early days. So if this can give some confidence to some of the students sitting there, and they can also feel that if Joby can do this, we all can do the same. So with my hotel management degree, then after finishing the KCC days, I straight away flew to Dublin Business School in Ireland, and then completed my MBA from Dublin. So after that, let me tell you, my very first experience was the interview I attended with a company called CPL, which you can compare it with Naukri, like a job website called Naukri in India. So the very first interview I attended there, I couldn't even answer the basic questions they were asked. The very first basic question is, explain yourself, talk about yourself. So all I am expected to answer is, my name, my educational background, and then, what I am at that point. So I couldn't even properly answer, because there are a lot of communication problems and lack of confidence, etc., etc. So I couldn't go through that interview, and then I failed. I walked back, and the next interaction with the same company for me was almost after 3 years from then, which was in 2004, I could able to make a contract with that company for their corporate website, which was valuing almost 2 crore, equivalent to 2 crore Indian rupees, and having a direct meeting with the CEO of that company. So basically, what I am trying to, establish here is, there are, in your entrepreneurship journey, there could be a lot of fails happen in your career, but you shouldn't be bothering about any of those. There will be time you need to train yourself, whatever lacking in you, definitely you need to improvise it, and then, work hard for it, so that there will be a time that, you can overcome all these hurdles in front of you. So, these are, the topic here given is creating opportunities for inspiring entrepreneurs. So, in my point of view, creating opportunities and identifying opportunities, these are the two basic things you need to be really analyzing and make sure, to understand what should be your choice. So identifying opportunity would be, there is something existing there, but you just need to identify that if this opportunity is right for you, is it something you can really do? Is there a space of market there? And do you have the ability, do you have the cash, do you have the ecosystem to do that? And creating an opportunity is definitely, there wouldn't be already anything existing there, but you should able to come up with something completely new, which means, you should you should definitely have to come up with a new concept, which would be that identifying the new opportunity. So it is all about the mindset. So if you have the right mindset, definitely you could actually achieve all these things. And in my journey of entrepreneurship or my career, after finishing the hotel management course, and then, as I said, I went for an interview in Ireland in Intel. So basically, there is, if you look at your educational background, you don't really have to, you have nothing to do with the biggest technology company in the world, which is Intel, and the second biggest Intel fab is in Ireland. There is, the hotel management, with the background of hotel management, you don't have anything really to do there. So as an opportunity seeker, so I went there and I have given my interview, and for some reason they have actually appointed me as a cluster coordinator for a fab, which have almost 60 engineers, chosen engineers from across the world running that fab. So Intel, Intel is the Intel Ireland is the second biggest Ireland's facility after Israel, manufacturing the chips. So basically, what they put me as a cluster coordinator, and here what I'm trying to say is the opportunity has to be utilized. So if I think that, okay, I am not technical engineer or with an engineering background, I wouldn't have been, gone for this interview. And this experience really mounted me to do a lot of other things and give confidence to really work for that company, and also understanding new technologies and new pattern of businesses, etc., etc. So even after that, also throughout my career, so what I have done is tried different new areas, explored it. Even now, I am working with startups, and some of them are extremely good startups with a very high valuation. So you need to really go ahead and experience different things, and this is how your entrepreneurship thing will work out. And see, I really.
Now, to introduce our next panelist, I would like to call Professor Pinky Janardhan, Associate Dean and Head in Charge, Department of Social Work, Kodaikanal Christian College, to introduce the panel.
Good afternoon, and all gathered here. I know you all are hungry, it's nearly 1:20. I request everyone to give your little attention because you are here on the final panel, and I'm here to introduce the panelist, Mr. Dennis Matthew. Mr. Dennis Matthew has worked for over 23 years in software industry in location as diverse as Indonesia, US, and India. His rich global experience having clients from Australia, US, South are among one of his strengths. Currently, he is the co-founder and CTO of nolens.com, and before that, Mr. Dennis was instrumental in setting up bitgifting.com.
Keep it really short. The panelists before this, they have spoken about a lot of things which really make sense, and I've been thinking about connecting offline and maybe take this forward, and something may happen with them. I'm sure we'll learn. Yeah, so like for example, Mr. Axel, he was talking about AI and trust-driven. That is something which works most in India. Our entrepreneurship is mostly trust-driven. I just signed a contract and they've started the work. We haven't made the payment yet. So this is what entrepreneurship in India is about. Like Mr. Joby before me, what he was talking about, failures. Now that is an integral part of your entrepreneurship. When you start something new, it may work, it may not work. You'll be really lucky if it works the first time, or and the opportunities around the space that I am at. I've been a technologist all my while. I was born in Orissa, brought up in Karnal, Assam, Delhi. So it's a middle class government family that I'm from. So the jump into entrepreneurship has been a very tough and a thought out, calculated decision. There's no encouragement. Family, when I started off, of course, family was not that supportive. Like, you're getting a decent paying job, why not continue? But you have a lot of reasons why you come into it. There could be, it could be something like you don't like to work for someone else. Or it could be you've identified a problem which you can go and solve. Like today we saw a lot of problems when Dr. Deska was presenting, the internet went off. Now maybe the solution is 5G, and somebody could look at that. 5G is being rolled out currently in India. And Africa, of course, Airtel and all have made inroads. So maybe that is something that you guys can look at. Identify opportunities, look at what people are talking about. Earlier, Dr. Deen Dayalan was talking about. Now, that's a brilliant business for export and something which works. Now, in terms of entrepreneurship, one of the basic thing I think, which I feel you should have, is the ability to network. Now, the reason I'm here today is because 2 weeks back I was at a place where I met Lena, and she was like, "Why don't we talk?" Now, if I could have spoken to her, I could have said no, but I said, "Let me use this opportunity and try and impart what I have learned." So it's just about networking, being confident about who you are, what you want to talk about. A lot of people focus on English as the communication medium, but that's not communication. That's just a language. Whatever language you're comfortable with, go ahead, use it. Use sign language if you need to. Use any use a PPT, like I have something on top, because I need to have some reference when I'm talking. Whatever works for you, use that. Network, talk to people, learn from them, and implement. Weekend before last, I was in Goa for a conference. I was twice the age of the average participants. All of them hustlers. They were into Web3. I don't know how many of you guys are familiar, and that's what I'm going to be talking about. While there are a lot of opportunities, my expertise is Web3, Metaverse. That's my current thing. So you may see nolans.com. That's an edtech that I'm currently running. And alive.house, it's a music metaverse that we are working on, which allows a lot of fans to engage with the artist and the artist to engage with the fan. Now, that's a problem statement that we had, like earlier someone spoke about. Identify a problem and address it. Now, what is the problem? You have Spotify. You can listen to Spotify, but that is passive listening. How do you engage with the music? Now, it's not a very common use case. A lot of people came to us like, okay, we can listen to it, but, we want to have more experience. So that's where we came up with Alive. And that's a metaverse that we are building. And I did not keep this generic because I'm sure a lot of you have now a good idea after all the speakers that opportunities are galore. You just need to identify what works for you, what your skills are in. If you are into tech, like earlier, Jessica spoke about what are the things? Yeah, music lessons, launching online magazines, graphic design, handicraft, clothing line, organic produce, becoming a trainer. These are all avenues that you have. But if you are tech savvy or if you are good at writing any of these, currently one of the big buzzwords is metaverse, blockchain, Web3, and that is something maybe you may want to start looking at. I'm just running through what we are building. That's just an example of what metaverse could be, basic virtual world where interacting. Instead of me being here on Zoom, if you build some kind of all of us could be at this and we could interact on one-on-one, I probably would have been better. And you may probably have engaged, though you're hungry. That's what metaverse is about. All of us being at the same space and having a virtual.
Recording in progress.
Did I lose my connection or? Okay. Hello. Are you? Let me just check the chat. We can hear you. Okay. Okay. First thing first, I'm into software. Please don't call me sir. The name is Dennis. And while we're on the topic of metaverse, I thought I'll just briefly cover this. And my timer says I have exactly 4 more minutes. So the term metaverse was first coined by in this book called Snow Crash. But the technology behind metaverse people started building on it right from probably the 1930s to the 50s, where you had the VR items which came up, VR goggles. Then you had the Second Life as a platform, which some of you may be familiar with who are into gaming. There are a lot of opportunities here. And the reason I'm focusing and making it narrow is because that's, again, as I said, that's my expertise. You have opportunities in terms of avatar building. Instead of me, it could have been a nice, fun cartoon character who also looks good. So, or or you can create some fancy clothes for the person. So, and you may want to, change your look every time that you are out there. So, that's something which works. Now for education, like I see Axel has come back online. Now that is something where you can educate and interact with farmers. Tech may not support that yet because of bandwidth and connectivity and all these goggles and so on. But if you think about how it will go on in the future, there is 5G coming up. Your goggles are becoming cheaper. Tomorrow it may become a lens that you wear and you can interact with other people. So these are avenues which you may want to explore. And there are zillions of opportunity, right from designing boards there to actually creating the metaverse, writing about it, discussing about it, looking at opportunities of where to use it. Currently, people are just looking at, currently people are just looking at this as a blockchain initiative, whereas that is not what it is. If you look at this gaming, which is an old game called Second Life, here you see how it's unrealistic, but you can make it as realistic as you want, and you can educate people using something like this. And there is a lot of investment coming here. If you get interested, there are grants which people are giving out which you could use, and take this forward as a means of exploring your skill set and also imparting knowledge to others. Bringing back the metaverse, the problem with something like Second Life was monetization. Earlier, you had to buy something, you had to go and buy somewhere, and the expenses were not working out. So this concept of blockchain got intermingled with metaverse, and that's how it's become quite popular at this time. Blockchain is nothing but a digital way of recording information which no one can hack. Now, when you again talk of blockchain, people just talk about Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. While that's not what blockchain is about, it is just one implementation of blockchain. So you have the NFTs, you have your DeFi platforms, you have a lot of other things which go into the blockchain world, which also lends itself to the metaverse, which you could build. And if you are interested, anyone, you feel free to reach out to me and explain this further, because I think I'm running out of time. To leave with a parting note, I don't know if any of you are familiar with these two terms. If you are, please raise your hand. Hodl meaning hold on to dear life, which basically means do not do nothing. Biddle is a take on hodl, meaning start building, start making, start doing what you want. Get out, start hustling. That's what I would leave you with. And I'm available if you guys are interested in asking any questions. Right now, later, send me a mail or ask through your professors. There are some other thoughts that I had, which I probably don't have time to cover. So thank you, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to talk and address you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful session. Now I call upon Dr. Vijay Raghunathan, PhD, Vice Principal, Controller of Examinations, Department of Commerce and Foreign Trade, KCC, to give the word of thanks.
Good afternoon. I will not take much of your time. This time for lunch. I know some people are hungry. Okay, it's my pleasure and honor to be here. Especially, we have so much privilege to have a chief guest like ma'am, and we have great personalities as panel members. Especially our former student Jessica Moja, Dr. Jessica Moja. Thank you, Jessica, for your valuable time and sharing thought with us. And Mr. Axel Angeli, Cybernetics
I
Digital.
think you're on mute, so we can't hear.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. Cybernetics Digital Evangelist, Germany. Thank you very much, sir, sharing with your thoughts. And Mr. Jovi Joy, Managing Director, GDSN Executive Advisor, ISRA, CEO of pinkkerala.com. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your valuable thoughts, sharing with our young minds. The last but not least, the panel member, Mr. Dennis Matthew, co-founder and CTO with knowledge.com. First, thank you, one and all person over here, for your valuable support. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for staying this long. Now we'll have our lunch break. I request every guest student that came with their faculties, they can go first and have their lunch with our keynote speaker and all in the Duke's chamber. I request everyone, every people to help, every KCC student to help the people and assist them. And the KCC students will have their lunch later after the guests have gone. Thank you.
Hey everyone, we're Jed and Jenny Drushenko, and we're thrilled to be speaking at your upcoming conference on inclusive education. Now we've got two important topics that we're excited about covering. The first is the role of parents in education, and the second is peer education specialist, which is all about teaching in the classroom and how to get as many children involved as possible. Now Jen, that's something you know a lot about.
Yeah, so I am a social worker and a special education teacher in our local schools here. And we are also parents to 4 girls who attend our local schools. So on both sides, we get to be parents who are trying to learn the best way to be involved and help our students learn. And then also in the schools, helping our students get engaged, making sure that we're using inclusive practices in our schools, and also creating parents opportunities in our schools that they can engage with their students and that they know the best ways to help their students.
So this is a topic that's near and dear to our hearts, and we can't wait to be a part of this conference. We want you to know that we believe in inclusive education, and we can't wait to see you there.
I support inclusive education. I support inclusive education.
Hello, future.
Around the world, children are excluded from schools where they belong because of disability, race, language, religion, gender, and poverty. Every child has the right to be supported by their parents and community to grow, learn, and develop in the early years, and upon reaching school age, to go to school and be welcomed by teachers and peers.
Hello, future. I'm calling you the future, and know your future and move on.
Around the world, children are excluded from schools where they belong because of disability, race, language, religion, gender, and poverty. Every child has the right to be supported by their parents and community to grow, learn, and develop in the early years, and upon reaching school age, to go to school and be welcomed by teachers and peers alike. When all children, regardless of their differences, are educated together, everyone benefits. This is the basis of inclusive education.
I support inclusive education.
I support inclusive education. I support inclusive education. We support inclusive education.